to the north. For the Russian soldiers, it's just terrible condition out there, and some of them are experiencing the hell on earth because Ukraine continued to bomb the factory where Russians are hiding for, I think, the third week already. You may see lots of the strikes of Ukrainian artillery. And as for Serbiansky forest, we have the information from the Russian side that the Ukrainian army moved by at least 1 more kilometer out there, taking more ground. Awesome. And yes, the Ukrainian counteroffensive is being confirmed in Crimea direction. Still, Ukraine is out of the forces to advance straight to Crimea. Ukraine wasn't able to do it back in 2022 and stopped right in front of the settlement. And all the time, almost 2 years, Russia was pushing Ukraine outwards, building some of the new defense lines, but now, as you can see, Ukraine takes the ground back. And there are numerous of the cases recently started to appear in internet from the Russian side of how they suffer, not just because Ukraine was able to repel those attacks and cause them severe losses, but also they complain on the Russian command, which sends them to fight once again after obtaining huge wounds during the previous fights. So for example, those are 2 brothers, real brothers, Russian soldiers, who filmed a video that they were offensing in Vovchansk, the place where Ukraine now took initiative. Nothing good happened from their attack, they said. All of the soldiers were KA or severely wounded. They managed to escape to the local forest, and now their management, their commander, is calling them to assault again on those same positions in their current state. But they say that they barely can walk, they have shrapnel inside their body because of the drone strikes or drone drops, but the Russian command simply doesn't care. They'll send everyone for the meat grinder in Ukraine for the useless meat wave attacks. It has never been like that, even inside the Russian army. What is happening there is beyond craziness. They say that his leg is not moving, but he was sent to Luhansk again later on to be sent to the front lines. They did the medical treatment for him on the Russian territory, and now they say that he is okay to fight. This guy has the arm broken. And this guy has shrapnel inside his body, in lungs and in stomach. They say that in this condition they cannot take arms to repel the enemy. Well guys, again, I haven't seen those kind of the videos before. They start to appear for the last 2 weeks. And now I understand why Putin wants to get soldiers from North Korea, because he's losing his own soldiers and he's still hesitating to announce a new massive mobilization in Russia. But this process is basically imminent. Russia would have to announce a new mobilization. So if you're Russian inside Russia, please leave Russia for good, because you'll be mobilized in future for sure. What is happening looks unreal. I wouldn't believe it if I didn't watch it myself. Well, this guy tells that if you retreat from positions, Russians will kill you, so they are forced to move forward, otherwise they will have the highest punishment possible. Also, he said that there is the problem to evacuate wounded personnel, simply the Russian command doesn't care.
Очень много потерь у нас, считай, почти от батальона ни хрена не осталось.
One more Russian soldier that was lucky to be captured by Ukrainians. He is now safe in much better conditions than in the Russian army, and he says that definitely Russian commanders do not care. They send them straight ahead to die in the useless attacks, meat waves. No backup, and now even no anti-drone systems. There are some of the reports also from Dylan, who is American. He's also a YouTuber, and sometimes he visits frontline cities or towns, for example in Vovchansk, and he said that Ukrainians do not really complain about the Russian electronic warfare any longer, because Russia hesitates to supply their forces with anti-drone systems. By the way, this particular Russian soldier was the member of the 7th Brigade of the Russian Assault Rifle Regiment, which was used in new Russian offensive operation in Kharkiv region, northern part of Kharkiv, near Lipsy, and all of that battalion failed. As he says, just a few people survived. Alright, now it seems like I understand why is it happening. It is the official order in the Russian army. For example, this is the order for the military unit of 52562. It's the name of their unit with many of the soldiers. So what did those commanders order for those soldiers? All of the company members, so the members of the company units, should be placed to the front lines even if the soldiers from those units obtained wounds and recognized by the medical conditions as incapable to perform their military duties. Still, they should be moved to the front lines to perform the tasks for defense. They say for defense, but actually they're using those for offensive missions. Later they say in what particular areas those soldiers should be positioned. The second one, cancel all of the rotations for the Russian soldiers, even those who were wounded, and locate them to the local hospitals near to the front lines if necessary. They shouldn't go back to their original places or barracks. The responsibility lies for the local commanders of those companies. The control of this order lies within the medical facilities as well. Jesus Christ, it's the most humiliating order I have ever seen, just basically telling Russian soldiers that if they are not ready to fight, go and die and fight. There will be no enough medical treatment for them. They would just stay in the local hospitals if really needed. But we understand that Russian commanders do not do even that. I don't know what should it be to force Russian men to join the Russian army after that. More terrible news, I guess, from the Russian army. Our Sniper Plus Telegram channel, this is the Ukrainian soldiers channel, he's really fighting in Aidar battalion, and he says that Russians sent the female ex-Russian prisoners to fight on the front lines, and they're already facing them fighting. So today the group of those fighting soldiers was stopped by Ukrainian soldiers. So this soldier warns other Ukrainian soldiers that those women could hide as locals, and it's better to check everyone who is in the frontline subjects. I mean, all of the civilians who are not willing to evacuate, because later on they might stab Ukrainian soldiers right into the back. It is something new. Well, Russian army is just barbarian. To use female soldiers, ex-prisoners, wow. You may say that it's the fake information about the Russian women prisoners, but we have the video that I will obviously share on my Telegram channel, showing that Russian women prisoners were definitely imprisoned once again, but this time by Ukrainian soldiers, and they were wearing the Russian military uniform, carrying guns. So yeah, the outcome is known. It's the real thing. It's the new type of the Russian military transport they sometimes use, and yes, there are some of the FPV drone videos showing that definitely Russia is using this way of transportation. They show that it's quite versatile, but guys, come on. Using motoblock for military? Definitely the second army in the world could only use it. Sometimes we see that Russia is using some sort of the small transport for their supplies, and usually it's been hit by the FPV drones. Alright, about the escalation from the Belarus side, we know that they want to provoke Ukraine, stating that Ukraine is concentrating their forces near the Belarus border, but on Ukrainian territory near the city of Ovruch. So Belarus sent their reinforcements close to the border, and today they even say that they might use nukes if there is the threat for their sovereignty. Well, honestly, Belarus doesn't have that, I mean sovereignty. It's the Russian slave country, which could potentially be used by Putin for possible escalations. There is a variant where Lukashenko might play a role of crazy dictator with nukes, because he obtained those, plus he has Iskanders, ballistic missiles, which are very hard to intercept. Those might be equipped with those nuclear warheads. It is just a tactical weaponry. Well, I don't think that Belarus might use those. After all, the probability of it is very low, but something is really happening with Belarus recently, with their propaganda escalation, with their statements. The Belarus army is unexperienced circus mostly, but still they have the weaponry. And this is the latest performance by Belarus Special Forces. Be careful, there are some of the CGI effects, and it's the usual stuff which they present. How would it help in real fight? Well, I'm out of clue. Spetsnaz, hitting all of those plates with heads. This one I like the most. Also, Ukraine continued to use the French guided aviation bombs to eliminate the Russian positions elsewhere, mostly in the Kharkiv region, and those are very effective. By the way, there were national elections in France and Marine Le Pen's party is leading. According to the polls, they took 34% from all of the voting, but it's not yet the official result, but we understand that more or less those numbers are correct. Macron's party has been defeated and now is on the third place. Macron will stay as a president until next elections, but definitely parliament forces will change. So many of the countries in Europe are now leaning towards right more than before. But sometimes those right forces still support Ukraine, like for example it happened in Italy. So in a while there will be a policy change in many of the countries. Hopefully it wouldn't touch Ukraine a lot. Alright, the Russian base in Peromaisk, it's the occupied territory of Luhansk Oblast, was targeted today by HIMARS. Well, how do we know that there is a Russian base, or was the Russian base? Basically because Russians published those photos themselves, disclosing or revealing their location to us. They do not erase the geodata, and clearly you can see the building behind them with the Russian Ural, so those were the Russian barracks, and this building was HIMARS. Probably even with those guys inside. Alright, there is a new strike on the Russian positions in Crimea. It's not far away from Kerch. The place is called Sholkina. It's very close to the sea, and there is the Russian base, as usual in Crimea. I still wonder what Ukraine used for this strike, but it was the response on today's Russian attack on many of Ukrainian cities. For example, Kharkiv and Kyiv were under attack. In Kyiv, Russia aimed towards the residential building, and in Kharkiv they hit the logistics center of the civilian post service. I published all of the photos and videos on my Telegram channel. Sorry guys, I cannot show you them on this platform because it's quite restrictive towards that content. So please subscribe for my Telegram channel. You may find it in the video description just below. The Russians again are using their motorcycles on the front lines. Well, finally I understood why they are doing it so massively. Motorcycles are only possible to use during the assault missions, because there are just two wheels and they're quite narrow. The probability to hit the mine reduces dramatically. Plus they're very fast compared to the other Russian vehicles. Around 50% of today's attack Russia is performing by using motorcycles. But the downside of it is just poor protection. Motorcyclists could be eliminated by everything. The Ukrainian defenders are publishing the new images of how they strike the Shahed drones, while Russia modernized the Shahed drones, and now they might fly up to 1.5 kilometers of the altitude. It's very high, so they are almost unreachable by the mobile turret units. Ukraine should come out with some sort of the new idea of how to handle that threat. Good official news about Ukrainian air defense. It's been coordinated the supplyment of the Patriot systems to Ukraine between Ukraine and the United States of America. Great. Alright, the last night there were some of the strikes in Nizhny Novgorod, it's the Russian city, and also in Belgorod Oblast. As usual, oil facilities were on fire. I think that it's not even the news any longer. During the winter time it was, wow, the news, Ukraine targets some of the oil refinery. But today it happens so often, so yeah, we should just pay attention on that Ukraine is working on reducing the Russian oil capabilities. That's it. Guys, even though you know that I have the pro-Ukrainian position on this channel, but I have to say the truth about what is happening on the front lines, or as in this case, behind the front lines. Russia again was capable to use their Iskanders to hit Ukrainian military train with lots of the T-64 tanks. We know it because Russia published the information about it, so the train definitely was hit. However, this video didn't show the outcome of this attack, just huge smoke in the area. But we may understand that the train was really hit. Plus, there was one more train which was hit also by the Russian Iskander. It happened in Zaporizhia Oblast, so Russia sends their Zala surveillance drone usually. It has the range of about 110 kilometers, and later on they analyzed the environment and fired their Iskander, which has the much longer range and could be fired from the Russian territory. That's why it's important for Ukraine to obtain the permission to use ATACMS on the Russian territory to eliminate that threat as well. Well, it's hard to say of what was on the train, but clearly it was a military cargo, because there was the secondary detonation and huge fire. Well, maybe again Russians knew about that movement, that is why they sent their Zala surveillance drone to the proper direction at the proper time. After all, Russia has their intelligence services and they work hard, as well as there could be some of the threats in Ukrainian military command. Well, now at least Ukraine has the capabilities to strike Russian army on the Russian territory in the part of the Belgorod Oblast. This happened in Belgorod Oblast. Russia tried to send some of the engineering vehicles, but nothing is left from them. Those photos were shared by Russians themselves. It's the usual stuff for the southern part of Belgorod Oblast and also for Kursk. Right, recently there was the big interview of Vladimir Zelensky to the Western press again, where he said that Ukraine is working on a peace plan and will present it this year. He added that Ukraine needs to negotiate with Russia, but do it via the third countries, as it was, for example, done with the grain deal, where Turkey was a moderator. However, that grain deal didn't last for a very long time. And for the first time, Zelensky confirmed that Ukraine loses lots of the soldiers wounded and KIA. He said about the big number, not mentioning the quantity itself, but it was said by Zelensky, and it was understandable that he is concerned. He is also concerned that Ukraine has no perspectives to join NATO. Biden's administration and the possible future Trump's administration are not okay with Ukraine as a member of alliance. So Zelensky said that, okay, in this case, just give us more weaponry. Otherwise, there is the high probability that Russia might reach their goals in Ukraine by forcing Ukraine for signing a very terrible peace agreement, which is basically a capitulation of the country, and later on, after a couple of years, Russia will attack Ukraine once again. The tricky thing that everybody understands that, but do nothing. I mean our Western supporters. Well, recently they increased the military support, but it's not yet enough. Well, I'm still 100% sure that after all Russia will lose this war, because it's imminent. Russia will lose its regime and its country. But for it to happen, Ukraine needs constant military support for the next few years. We know that Trump promised to finish the war in Ukraine, but nothing will go according to his scenario. I'm sure about it. He's not capable, he's not a god, and he is not Putin also, because it's just the will of Putin to continue this war. And Putin is really oriented to continue it. Sending wounded personnel, female prisoners, North Koreans, and whoever he is able to catch and throw to this grinder, but he will continue until he reaches his goal, or until he will have such a tremendous punch that he would seize all of the attempts. And after that, immediately Ukraine should join NATO to secure its borders. Otherwise, this war is just endless until the Russian regime will collapse. Right, about the other front line changes, well, Russia continued to expand their bridgehead near Ocheretine, so it was yesterday and it is today, taking control over those fields. For now, it is the most vulnerable direction for Ukrainian army. Well, Russians also advanced near Toretsk recently, but today they didn't move out there. And Russians are getting close to cut this very important road for Ukrainian supplies. It is not catastrophic for Ukraine because there are some of the secondary roads, but it will make supplies for Ukrainian army much slower. So clearly it's the aim for the Russians to go to this area, but they also simultaneously need to advance from the other directions, because if they extend their forces, they would be cut by Ukrainian counterattack, obviously. So basically there are two main hotspots, one is here and one near Toretsk. At the same time, I wouldn't say that the advancement of the Russian army is very fast, as it was, for example, from Avdiivka to Ocheretine, where they took over this place just in a matter of 10 days, as far as I remember. For this reason, Avdiivka, as I said to you before, played a key role in holding Ukrainian army, because there were defense lines built by Ukraine, and here they were also built, but they are much weaker. So back in 2014, 15 and all of those years, Ukraine really prepared for the possible Russian escalation from the self-proclaimed DPR Republic, but later on Ukraine somehow didn't build significant defense lines in this place. Hopefully lessons would be learned, and I see that now Ukraine is building more defense lines. For example, Sumy region is way more protected than Kharkiv Oblast, as well as the southern part of Ukraine. Those defense lines look very similar to the Russian ones. But the next months, I'm almost sure that Ukraine will handle the Russian assaults or Russian advancements here and here, because it obtains more and more weaponry from the Western allies. Luckily, the military support was agreed for Ukraine by the United States Senate and the House and President. With that slow move and with those tremendous losses, Russia is just incapable to be victorious in this war. It's not a real scenario for them. They understand it too. That's why they want to force Ukraine to just give up all this territory as the terms of so-called peace agreement, but it will never happen. And now, my friends, please don't forget to press your huge like to this video. By doing so, you help me a lot. And as usual, I wish you all a peaceful sky wherever you are and have a great time.
It was supposed to be flying around this time. It is effectively a clone of the Falcon 9. It has kerosene, liquid oxygen. Hello, it's Scott Manley here. This morning I woke up to this rather spectacular static test of a rocket stage from China. I said static test, but it accidentally went flying, so it's a dynamic test. After ascending under engine power, we start to see some fires, engine failures, and the engines shut down. And we get some thick black smoke showing that this probably isn't an intentional shutdown. And then, of course, gravity does its thing and the stage begins to fall back towards the Earth, still carrying a fair amount of fuel. So this is a Tianlong 3 designed by Space Pioneer, and it was supposed to be flying around this time. It is effectively a clone of the Falcon 9. It has kerosene, liquid oxygen, 9 engines on the first stage, it has grid fins, it has landing legs, and it is supposed to perform a soft landing, which is not what this stage did. So, Space Pioneer have previously successfully launched the Tianlong 2. And again, watch the buildings on the bottom there. You'll notice that this is a fairly destructive test. But yeah, this rocket was the first privately funded, liquid-fueled rocket to succeed on its first attempt. And sure, they probably had a lot of support to claim that record. But this is a lot smaller and a lot less ambitious than Tianlong 3, which is, this is supposed to launch 2 tons into orbit. This has 3 stages. The Tianlong 3 is supposed to launch something like 15 to 20 tons into orbit, depending upon how it's used. This has 3 YF-102 kerosene liquid oxygen engines in the first stage. Those are gas generator engines. The new rocket has much more impressive engines. So this is a test of the TH-12 engine, which Space Pioneer developed specifically for the Tianlong 3. This is much more powerful than the YF-102. At launch, it's getting over like 100 tons of thrust from its kerosene oxygen, liquid gas generator cycle. Once it gets to orbit, it's almost 140 tons, and its specific impulse is a whole lot more powerful. So we have 9 of these on the first stage. This is comparable to SpaceX's Merlin engine. It also has apparently a 40% to 110% throttle range, which is fantastic if you're building an engine that is supposed to land boosters vertically rather than horizontally when they're on fire. And this is what Tianlong 3 is supposed to look like. And this is a render of what Tianlong 3 is ultimately supposed to look like. Clearly they have been building hardware. This is more than just a model, but also they have very clearly been following very closely in what SpaceX has done with the Falcon 9. What this was only testing was this first stage on the right here. There's 9 engines down here burning kerosene and liquid oxygen. We have a liquid oxygen kerosene in here that's 3.8 meters in diameter, which is very close to SpaceX's Falcon 9 diameter. It will eventually be fitted with grid fins, and then of course you've got a second stage with a vacuum optimized engine, which is similar to the first stage, and then fairings. As you can see, the engine layout looks a lot like a Falcon 9. All of these engines have actually gone through tests previously. So we do have this one image showing the rocket stage on the test stand prior to the test. And you'll see that the booster is missing things like the landing legs or the grid fins, but it does appear to have, as far as we know, it has all the engines on it. And it's somehow bolted down to this test stand using a mechanism which we can't see. So there is a question about how that actually failed. This is supposed to be a static static test, one would imagine that it's a lot easier to hold a rocket down than it is to make it lift off. That's why it's rocket science, but apparently bolt science failed in this case. Okay, so now looking back at the footage, when we start seeing it, it almost immediately takes off, but it's clearly been firing the engine for a few seconds before that. As it ascends, you actually see small pieces of debris falling off, and there's pulses in that engine before the failure. So the engines aren't running smoothly straight after takeoff, and I would suggest that means that when it took off, it somehow damaged something. Very likely the structure on the rocket is what failed rather than, say, the bolts or the attachment points on their stand, and that subsequently led to damage to the engine bay, which would result in leaks, fires, engine failures, and the eventual descent. Now, according to some sources, well, according to someone on the internet, it was probably only supposed to be a 30-second test. So how long did this thing burn for before the engine started failing? To do that, we have to actually resynchronize the audio on this so that everything's lined up. So now here it is, it's resynchronized in my video editor. I basically shifted the video across based upon roughly where the events happened. And it's only about 4 or 5 seconds. So 5 seconds is actually consistent with the exclusion zone being about 1.5 kilometers. So yeah, it's only a few seconds after the start that it actually breaks free. It wasn't firing for very long at full power. And you'll notice at this point, the audio actually drops off. So this is a slow tail off in terms of engine performance. Now, people are talking over the top, but you do actually hear some little bangs and booms in there. Now, if we play it at slower rate around that first change in the audio, right? It's coming, and the audio drops off there at the same time as we have that little flash. So that is probably an engine failure, but I think the other engines are still running just fine. Let's run forwards, and again we get another more spectacular engine failure and a change in the audio level, right? So these are engines failing and probably taking out ones next to it, rather than engines shutting down because the computer said, oh wait, I'm not supposed to be flying. We have this one other angle which is very clearly from a nearby urban area. And one, this shows you that it was actually relatively close to civilization, it wasn't in the middle of nowhere, but also it gives you an idea of how big the fireball is, because the other one wasn't pointed the right direction. And look, you can see this is a substantial fireball. This booster was filled with more than enough propellant for a 30-second burn. It was filled with propellant probably for a fuel duration burn, and they are exceptionally lucky that this did not end up going further. In fact, I'm going to go as far to say that they are exceptionally lucky that after this thing broke free, the engine damage caused it to shut down early. I think this would have gone, like, if the engines hadn't failed, this could have kept on flying and could have travelled to a place where it could have caused much more damage. So this is a big setback for Space Pioneer, who had been hoping to fly as soon as, like, next month. I don't think that was going to happen, but they were on a very ambitious schedule. It's also worth mentioning that if you listen to the audio post-bang, there's very clearly glass breaking. The overpressure from this event very likely broke windows in nearby buildings. Another thing to consider about this event is that booster didn't have a second stage sitting on top of it, so it had way more thrust than it would normally have as a fully integrated launch vehicle. I expect the first stage mass was maybe 500, 600 tons, and at launch, based on this engine performance, it could have had maybe 1,000 tons of thrust. This would have accelerated at 2G. And that meant that within 30 seconds, it would have probably begin, hitting max Q. And without a fairing, an aerodynamic, nose cone, it would have been just blowing supersonic air into the front of that tank. It's very likely we would have seen the front of the rocket start to tear up due to dynamic pressure. And we might have had a failure in that mode, another more spectacular mode, or even worse, it might have drastically changed the vehicle's direction and have it go further afield. Based on like Google Maps, we know that the launch or the test site was about here, right? This is roughly where they were doing the testing. We get the pond next to it. And I think the first camera person was probably off in this direction, and there's a city over here which was shooting it from this direction. So I think the booster was more or less heading in this direction, right? So if we measure the distance, just to get an idea of what kind of things could lie downrange had it gone further downrange. And yeah, we have got all sorts of urban areas. They're very lucky that this stopped fairly short rather than continuing under its own thrust, where things could have been so much more catastrophic. To summarise, the Tianlong 3 booster, during a test with 9 engines, it broke free from the test stand. It flew downrange a little. I think it crashed inside the exclusion zone, so we're okay on that. According to Space Pioneer, they said the engines were shut down by the launch or the control computer on board. I highly doubt it, because we see degradation and failure of the engines in a somewhat uncontrolled manner. I don't think that they were planning for this, and I don't think there was any contingency code or anything on board. I think that they're exceptionally lucky that that happened, because had it gone further downrange, they would have been in real trouble. It could have caused some real harm. And yeah, I mean, look, lesson from this is, while the rocket scientists are cool and awesome, you gotta remember to give respect to the clamp scientists and make sure they get all the resources that they need. Otherwise, the rocket scientists might be a little more successful than they expected. I'm Scott Manley. Fly safe.
You see that on top of the regular profits that an airline is making with these want to make an extra 5.2 billion of income for your business? Well, how about an extra 6.8 billion? You see that on top of the regular profits that an airline is making with these extremely high fees, and you think, man, they must be making an absolute ridiculous amount of money. However, they're not. They're losing billions of dollars. And their current business model is basically a house of cards that couldn't sustain any time of economic turbulence, no pun intended. I started thinking about this because a few weeks ago I posted this video with an older lady that was unable to mind her manners while she was sitting next to somebody else on a plane. And in that video I said something along the lines of, she paid $137 to fly from Boston to LA, and she's riding on a $100 million plane, and she's acting like she owns the entire aircraft. Of course, that led to people in multiple comment sections saying, $137? There's no way you could do that today. This isn't the 1990s. Which is sad, because if you've learned anything from my channel, it should be you should at least do the minimum amount of research before you talk about something, as I've roasted a bunch of people on TikTok who have no sense talking about anything and yet make videos to share to everybody. You can get a ticket from Boston to LA for $137. I jumped in the old Google machine, and here you can see the summer tickets. This is 2 months out during a normally very expensive time of year to fly, and as you can see here, $137 would actually work. And then it got me thinking about something. Delta just recorded record high, wild, crazy profits in 2023, yet they're charging $144 to do the exact same flight that Spirit is doing for $68. Now, Spirit is in financial trouble, and I talked about that last year, that if that merger with JetBlue didn't come together, that they were going to be in trouble economically, and JetBlue is forecasting that they were going to have to raise their ticket prices by, I think, like 40%, and so that merger ended up not happening, and their stock went into the toilet, which is what I said would happen if things didn't work out. Now, the business models are different, but with Spirit, granted, after you paid for your bag and bought a bag of mixed nuts and a water in the airport, you're paying a similar cost to Delta. But yet Delta's having record profits, and Spirit is losing hundreds of millions of dollars. So it didn't really make sense to me. And that's where I realized this whole thing is a house of cards. You probably noticed if you traveled in the last few years that the airlines are everywhere trying to sell you their credit cards. And if you're like me, you would have thought, oh, okay, it's just another loyalty program. If you're buying and using their credit cards, then you're getting some bonus and that gives you a loyalty, so you want to stick with that airline. That's really what I thought it was. but it's not. These airlines are actually getting massive payouts from their partnerships with these banks. And in some cases, like with American Airlines, they're trying to renegotiate their prices and dramatically increase the profits that they get from these banks. And the airline can dictate that and really press that because the banks are making such a ridiculous amount of money of profit on using these credit cards. You see, when you go to a store and you buy something for $100, they're going to charge that store a fee. And that fee might be 2 to 4%. So let's say you spend $100 at the store and they end up with $96. So that's a $4 split. And you think, oh, well, that's not really a big deal. But when you magnify that over millions and hundreds of millions of people doing it, it really starts to add up. Now that's part of the money that they make. The rest is made when you start buying a lot of things that you can't afford, and then you start paying the 18 to 29% interest on that credit card because you just had to pay for a trip to that exotic destination for that girl you met on OnlyFans whose mom was sick and she had to get to Bali in first class for a week. So you pay for that ticket, you don't have the money to do it, and now you're making monthly payments for her to visit mom who's sick. Now these graphs I'm pulling straight from the government and they're tracking all the spending that's going on. Anybody can access these. But here's the consumer credit card spending, and keep in mind this graph started in 2000. Americans are living way past what they can reasonably afford and the airlines are profiting massively over it. And the thing is that if that bank doesn't want to play ball with that airline will say, okay, Chase, you don't want to play ball with me? That's fine. Then I'll just go to Bank of America, or I'll go to this bank or that bank, and they'll give me the deal that I want. So either give me the deal that I want, or I'm going to go partner with somebody else. And they have all the flight attendants, gate agents, people in terminals out there pushing, trying to sell people and get people on their credit card. It's an amazing business concept, but there's a huge flaw in it. When you look at this graph, you can see the default rate, and the default rate here is showing people in the bottom 10% of economic situation. And this is also showing people in the highest brackets for the socioeconomic situation. And you can see the defaults on both of them are rising really rapidly. As people start to default on their credit cards, the credit card companies are not going to be able to reasonably justify giving them a card, because if they give them a card and they spend $30,000 on it and then they can't pay it back, their credit's going to get ruined, the bank won't loan them money, and then the whole thing starts to crumble. And right now, for the last, several years, there's been a really low unemployment rate. This is according to the government. Unemployment is extremely low. So with the government saying the unemployment rate is low, and it's kind of hard to really verify that, because if you ask some people, they're having friends that have lost their jobs and can't get another one. What we can all agree on is the cost of things have gone outrageously expensive. Sure, you want to go buy a new car, you're talking about $1,000 a month. You want to go rent a house, you're talking, depends on where you go. I'm in Miami, it's $4,500 a month if you want to get a small apartment right in the downtown of Miami, which is crazy. You want to go to the grocery store, everything is like 40% of what it was just a few years ago. So the overall inflation has gone out of control. That we can all agree on. What the unemployment rate is, well, those numbers can be manipulated because it's just something that you can say, oh, well, they haven't applied for unemployment and so it's fine, and you can kind of fudge those numbers, but no one's going to disagree with things have gotten a lot more expensive, and we haven't seen any time of economic downturn for over a decade. And even though a lot of things have gone up over the last few years, like pilot salaries themselves, one of the things that has not gone up a lot is the cost of an airline ticket. How is that possible? Well, the airlines are making billions, and that's with a B, and use their staff to sell you on their credit card because of the huge revenue they generate from it. Here's the problem, and let's start with Delta because they just gave out a huge bonus to their staff and their executives. Now this is all public information on their website. This is by no means secret. I don't have an inside connection that gave me this information, but you can see here that Delta made $58 billion in 2023. And then when you go down here, you see their expenses is $52.5 billion. So what's left over? Roughly $5.5 billion. And you think, wow, that's a lot of money, right? It is. But how much did they make off of American Express and their partnership together with them? $6.8 billion. So if they didn't have that deal, they would have lost over $1 billion. Okay, so maybe Delta didn't do it right. Maybe that's a fluke, right? Well, let's see. Here's American Airlines financials from 2023. Almost $53 billion in revenue. Their expenses, almost $50 billion, leaving only $3 billion left over in overall profit. $3 billion, pretty good, right? How much did they make on their deal with the credit cards? Well, they only made a measly $5.2 billion off of their deal with their credit cards. So if you're taking away them selling you credit cards, they would have actually lost $2 billion. Now, I couldn't find the numbers for United. For some reason, Chase doesn't seem to want it to be known how much United made over their deal. But almost $54 billion in revenue, almost $50 billion in costs, and so they have $4 billion left over. So Delta made almost $7 billion, American made over $5 billion. My guess is that United came in somewhere in the middle of that, so they would have probably lost $1 billion or maybe a little bit more on their airline as well without the credit cards. So, Kelsey, why should I care? These airlines are being able to allow me to fly really cheap, and if I don't use a credit card, it doesn't really matter to me, right? So why should I even care? Great point. Well, as these default rates continue to go on credit cards, people will start getting denied. And as they start getting denied, these big payouts from the credit card companies are going to start to disappear. And as people start to lose their jobs, because it's just the natural flow with the way the governments have set up the economies right now, as people start to lose their jobs, they're not going to be able to pay on their credit cards, or they're not going to be able to qualify for credit cards, which means the banks aren't going to be giving these big bonuses to the airlines. Now, that also means they're not going to have the discretionary income to get on all of these flights. So you're going to have banks not paying these big bonuses and these big payouts to these airlines, and the airlines not having as many people traveling. And now they're going to have to change their ticket prices from these extremely low ticket prices and raise them up a lot to cover that deficit of $5, $6, $7 billion. They're going to have to make that up over less people. Less people flying, more expensive airfare. You see how this is going to play out? And my big fear is going to see this, where airlines start getting bailed out from the US taxpayer, which I think is totally unfair. If you have companies that are giving away millions of dollars to themselves and other people, and then get themselves into a financial problem and go, oh, well, we employ lots of people, we're going to just need the American taxpayers to go ahead and give us some money because we made a mistake. You know, once I could maybe forgive it. But it's happening again and again, where these corporate companies are getting bailed out because they're too big to fail. So now you understand why these airlines are pressing so hard every time you're on a flight to get one of their credit cards, because it's basically one of the main ways they're able to stay in business. And the other issue is that as these everyday Americans start racking up more and more debt, like you saw, they're going to not be able to pay that debt, and that debt is going to be burying them. And the airlines are making billions of dollars off of this. And then if they turn around and ask for a bailout, those same people that are buried in debt are going to be paying with their tax dollars when they get back to working again, are going to be paying those airlines who are getting billions of dollars off of this backdoor deal with the banks. Now, I'm not upset at the airlines or the banks. I mean, they're running a business. It's your choice as an everyday person to get that credit card and buy stuff that you can't afford if you're doing that. That's completely your choice, and they should be able to do that. What I am against is running a big deficit of $1 billion off of the current ticket prices. And what I think is going to happen is, as the economy starts to downturn, these airline prices are going to have to go way up, and the amount of people flying them is going to go way down. And then you're going to have a bunch of pilots and a bunch of people that are going to be put on the streets. And then the airlines are going to start going to the banks and going to the government and saying, hey, I'm going to go ahead and need some of that government money because we kind of made another boo-boo. Sadly, I was right about Spirit and how that whole deal was going to go down. I'm really hoping that these airlines have a plan for when the overall credit card spending starts to go down and they're stop getting these big bonuses from the airlines, but I guess time will tell. I look forward to hearing from you. Until then, keep the blue side up.
The key metric here is wave height. The Joint Logistics Over-the-Shore JLOTS pier is designed to operate up into Sea State 3. That's about a 3-foot wave height, and you'll see why 3 feet wave height is the maximum that they can operate in here. But if you look at the upcoming weather here for the region in and around Ashdod, this is just north of Gaza, you'll see on Saturday into Sunday, we've got wave heights of over 3 to 4 feet, and then it subsides, but then kicks back in next weekend. And this has been kind of the cyclical pattern we've been seeing with these waves getting high. We saw the pier break loose. We had issues with the pier being damaged and then having to reset it. They pulled the pier for a second time due to incoming weather, and now they're pulling it for a third time coming off. The question is, how effective has the pier been? This is a report by CBS reporter on the pier in Gaza discussing the situation.
We're here on the U.S. military-built pier that is taking humanitarian aid into Gaza. Now, it costs around $230 million to build, and in the 2 months or so that it's been online, it's only really been operational for around 16 days or so. And in that 16 days, all we've seen is around 400 truckloads of aid make it into Gaza, where the situation is so desperate. And when you consider the fact that before the October 7th attacks, that around 500 truckloads a day were making it into Gaza, it is barely enough for those who so desperately need it. We've been told by U.S. Army officers that the pier is improving, and they've seen a considerable increase in the...
On today's episode of What's Going On with Shipping, is this the end of the Gaza pier? I'm your host, Sal Mercogliano. Welcome to today's episode. So we have been following the trials and tribulations of the Joint Logistics Over-the-Shore JLOTS pier established by the U.S. military off of Gaza. This came in response to President Biden's State of the Union address, where he announced a humanitarian aid effort to deliver food and aid into the region. The U.S. military has had difficulty in not just establishing the JLOTS pier, but maintaining it. Now, lots of stories are abounding that the pier mission is over, an investigation is about to be launched into the pier, plus we have some first-hand reporting from the pier showing the exact conditions on board. We're going to take a look at all of that in this episode. If you're new to the channel, hey, take a moment, subscribe to the channel, and hit the bell so you'll be alerted about new videos as they come out. This is a story from AP. The U.S. removes Gaza aid pier due to weather and may not put it back. When you look at weather, the key metric here is wave height. The Joint Logistics Over-the-Shore JLOTS pier is designed to operate up into Sea State 3. That's about a 3-foot wave height, and you'll see why 3 feet wave height is the maximum that they can operate in here. But if you look at the upcoming weather here for the region in and around Ashdod, this is just north of Gaza, you'll see on Saturday into Sunday, we've got wave heights of over 3 to 4 feet, and then it subsides, but then kicks back in next weekend. And this has been kind of the cyclical pattern we've been seeing with these waves getting high. We saw the pier break loose. We had issues with the pier being damaged and then having to reset it. They pulled the pier for a second time due to incoming weather, and now they're pulling it for a third time coming off. The question is, how effective has the pier been? This is a report by CBS reporter on the pier in Gaza discussing the situation.
We're here on the U.S. military-built pier that is taking humanitarian aid into Gaza. Now, it costs around $230 million to build, and in the 2 months or so that it's been online, it's only really been operational for around 16 days or so. And in that 16 days, all we've seen is around 400 truckloads of aid make it into Gaza, where the situation is so desperate. And when you consider the fact that before the October 7th attacks, that around 500 truckloads a day were making it into Gaza, it is barely enough for those who so desperately need it. We've been told by U.S. Army officers that the pier is improving, and they've seen a considerable increase in the volume of aid getting into Gaza, but it's nowhere near what is needed for people who most aid agencies agree are facing severe famine.
So that report by CBS gives you a good encapsulation. The noise you heard in the background, that kind of metal on metal, that is the pier actually fluxing and moving. And we're going to see a little bit more of that. But the key metric there is that they have not been able to get what's called throughput. The throughput is the amount of cargo daily going across the pier into Gaza, and there's several limitations that you'll see when we look at this. But the other big issue here is that within the United States, there's a lot of opposition to the pier. This story over in G-Captain, senior Republican demands Biden administration shut down Gaza aid pier. Republican lawmakers who lead the House Armed Services Committee have written to the Biden administration formally demanding it shut down its aid pier off the coast of Gaza. The U.S. military has been authorized to operate it until the end of July, but the U.S. Agency for International Development officials said this week that the administration could seek to extend it for another month. This is from the HASC's chairman, Mike Rogers. Quote, "I urge the administration to immediately cease this failed operation before further catastrophe occurs and consider alternate means of land and air-based humanitarian aid delivery." Aid first began arriving via the U.S. pier on May 17th. This is after 2 months of buildup to get the material over there and all the equipment needed. Remember, it was March 9th when we first started seeing the movement of gear, where nearly all the 2.3 million residents of Gaza have been displaced. Goes on, rough seas have damaged the pier, forcing repairs, and poor weather has limited the days of operation. Rogers wrote, as of June 19, JLOTS has only been operational about 10 days and has only moved 3,415 metric tons onto the beach in Gaza. According to U.S. military data, as of Tuesday, 8,332 pallets have been delivered via the pier, but around 84% of them have been sitting on Gaza's coast in a marshalling area waiting to be picked up. The operation is complex, involving 1,000 U.S. military personnel. The Pentagon estimates the first 90 days of operation will cost about $230 million. The second story comes from Maritime Executive. U.S. launches coordinated review of troubled Gaza pier and aid mission. The Inspector Generals from the U.S. Department of Defense and U.S. Agency for International Development confirmed that they are launching coordinated independent oversight projects to review the delivery and distribution of U.S. humanitarian aid to Gaza. According to the joint announcement, the two agencies will review key aspects of their shared mission to provide humanitarian assistance to Gaza. It goes on here with a comment from the DoD Inspector General Robert Storch. The DoD, OIG, and the USAID OIG are working together to address the challenges associated with this mission. The commentary continues. After taking longer than expected to implement, the pier started operations approximately 6 weeks ago under what the U.S. said would be a temporary effort to increase the flow of aid into Gaza. U.S. Central Command on Monday said the pier had been in continuous operation between June 19th and 24th. They said that Sunday had been the largest single day with 1.58 million pounds of aid delivered, a total of just over 3 million pounds over the course of the weekend. U.S. officials have said that since the start, it was a temporary program that would only be possible until the fall before weather conditions deteriorated. CENTCOM, in its last update on Monday, reported since May 17th, more than 6,206 metric tons, 13.6 million pounds of humanitarian aid have been delivered from the pier to the marshalling area, where it can be collected by humanitarian organizations for distribution. So whenever anyone tries to make something sound bigger than it is, they break down to the lowest measurement possible. In this case, going down to 13.6 million pounds of humanitarian aid. But I'm a shipping guy, and when you look commercially, a commercial shipping container can carry about 20 tons. 6,206 metric tons converts into 310 containers. Moving 310 containers worth of cargo over 2 months is not great throughput at all. And there's a big question about why that happens. At the same time, U.S. Department of Defense released a video showing operations on the pier that I want to break down for you. So I'm going to have this entire video available to you so you can take a look at it. I'm going to pause it here at times because they show some really interesting aspects of the pier. A lot of this is prep work going into the pier. So again, this gives you an idea of the movement of the pier. No idea why they're sawing a mooring line there. That's an interesting operation. This right here, I think, is one of the best images you see. So you get the visualization of this pier moving up and down. There's almost no sea state there. You're maybe not even a foot or so there. But you get the movement of the pier here as it moves up and down. Here, sections of the pier are being moved by a Army ST, a small tug. This is the operation on the area. Notice at night how it calms down. That's kind of a very beautiful picture of the Trident Pier. This imagery here shows you some of the vessels involved. So that is the USNS Stockholm. That is one of the maritime pre-positioning ships. This is the ship that was specifically broken out after the USNS Bobo broke down. You'll see it has its stern ramp down. It is on to the RRDF, the roll-on, roll-off discharge facility. These are some of the Army and Navy watercraft that are in the area, and this is an Army LSV, logistics support vessel, coming in to load cargo onto the LSV. The LSV is the connector. It will go from this floating pier here back to the Trident Pier and offload the cargo ashore, and you can see cargo coming here onto the roll-on, roll-off discharge facility. The Stockholm here either would run to Cyprus or take vessels alongside, take the cargo on board, and do this transfer. Just some images here of cargo moving. You can see commercial trucks coming off. So one of the things I do want to note is they're using commercial trucks to move the cargo. This is one of those LSVs, one of those logistics support vessels, onto the Trident Pier. They are taking these commercial trucks off the Trident Pier, bringing them out to the anchorage, and transferring cargo onto the commercial trucks. They're not taking the commercial trucks, I don't believe, into the Military Sealift Command cargo ships. Instead, they're doing this out at the anchorage, meaning that this is really inefficient. You're moving cargo a lot. It's one of the reasons why this tends to be really, really slow in the movement of cargo ashore. This is a break bulk operation. This is the most inefficient way to move things. When you're moving cargo by pallet, the commercial world got out of this a long time ago because this is not an efficient way to move it. This is why we use containers. This is, it looks like Benvieta's loading cargo in Cyprus. And you'll see they're putting the cargo onto military haulers. Those are military cargo haulers. But you don't ever see those type vessels go ashore, which means those vessels drive the cargo down to the floating pier, and then those pallets are taken off the military haulers and put onto commercial trucks. Again, you are handling cargo in multiple ways. This is the motor vessel Sagamore. This is the vessel that was chartered to move cargo. Here you clearly see UAE aid material. This is just really not efficient because of a lot of the restrictions that have been put on this operation. The fact that you cannot put boots ashore, meaning you've got to handle the cargo multiple times. So when I see an image like this really kind of just drives me crazy as a commercial guy, because this is not the way you want to move cargo. It is just slow, and it is not a good way to do it. Some more images here. A lot of work to keep this pier up. Because of the movement on and around the pier, it will suffer damage, and so you're always welding. Those are actually sections of the pier there. They're modular. They fold up. That's spreader bar. That's how you lift containers on and off. And here you see some of that watercraft. A modular causeway tug right there. This is part of the Trident Pier that's going in. You can see it flexing. You're always using those long pry bars. You don't put your fingers in between anything on this. Really slow operation. It's hot. Military's got to be in full gear. Causeway or no way, that's a great flag right there. This is them actually anchoring the Trident Pier. They actually set out anchors to make sure that pier, when it goes ashore, doesn't move. Fenders for moving across, and you just see the pier moving here. This is them setting up portions of the pier. They assemble them so those pieces come together. Part of the security. Dogs sniffing for bombs and explosives on board. Lots of forklifts. A lot of movement. That's obviously loading equipment previously in a port. That movement out at sea, and then those commercial trucks coming off here. A lot of rigging. You can understand how people get hurt in this because of it's really a manpower intensive operation. Here they are directing those commercial trucks onto the Trident Pier to go ashore into Gaza. Again, this is not a great way to move it. Some people are talking about this is how they're bringing weapons into Gaza. Believe me, there's more efficient ways to do this. There are plenty of commercial vessels going into ports in Israel that are delivering U.S. military aid to Israel. They are not doing it via this method into Gaza. These are pallets of food and supplies that are largely just sitting on the beach in these marshalling yards right now waiting to be moved. And here you see the trucks moving off the beach area and being moved. All right, I had to stop the video for this one image right here. So this is the Army small tug 912, the Fort Moultrie. This is one of 16 small tugs built for the U.S. Army right around the beginning of the century, right around 2000 came in. I think this one was built right around 2002. This is a ridiculously small tug. I want to know how the Fort Moultrie got to off Gaza, because I have no idea how that tug got there. I hope they lifted it onto a ship and carried it over there. Please tell me that the Army did not sail this thing across the Atlantic over there. I am hoping it was loaded on one of the larger vessels, the Stockholm, Benviedas, the Lopez. They could all handle loading that tug on board, so I'm hoping they carried it over. But these are something the feature of the U.S. Army had for a long time, were tugboats, because you need them in these type of operations to move cargo around. Just hats off to the Army watercraft crew and the Navy crews that are out there. I'm not meaning to criticize the Army and Navy crews along with the merchant mariners that are out there. They're doing the best job they can do it. It's just, if you were taking fully loaded containers and moving them ashore, this would be a much more efficient operation. And you could do that. You can load fully loaded containers and move them ashore. This would be a seamless operation if they were doing it, and you wouldn't need all this equipment that you're seeing here and the movement of cargo. You get the idea of how manpower, personnel intensive this operation is. So this one really got me too. Diving at night. This must be doing repairs on the pier. Obviously, after the accident or after the weather came in and clearing it, you tend not to dive at night. It tends to be a little bit dangerous to do that. So that video, I think, is very informative. It shows you a lot of what we haven't been seeing about it. So what happens with the Gaza pier now? I don't know. Again, if you want to deliver humanitarian aid into Gaza, the best way to do it is through the ports in Egypt and Israel and drive them across the border. That's the best efficient way to do it. You have port facilities, you can increase your throughput, you can bring fully loaded containers in. That is the way to move cargo. A JLOTS operation is efficient for military operations, but the way they're doing the JLOTS operation now with having to pick the cargo up, store it on the vessel, then transload it onto trucks out at the anchorage, and then move it ashore is just not efficient in any manner whatsoever. And that's been one of the limitations. 310 containers worth of aid, great, fantastic, but they could be delivering a lot more if they used a more efficient manner. And there are other alternatives to JLOTS they could have looked at, did videos on this that examined it. What happens with JLOTS, we don't know. We're waiting to hear what the administration will do. Are they going to yank it and keep it out of there and bring everything back home? Or are they going to try to push it for one more month? Weather is going to become a bigger and bigger issue as you get into late summer, early fall in the Mediterranean. And it doesn't take much to get 3-4 foot swells, and you see what it's like on the pier there. Once those swells start coming in and the surf starts coming in, you cannot maintain that pier for very long. I hope you enjoyed today's episode. If you did, hey, take a moment, subscribe to the channel, and hit the bell so you'll be alerted about new videos as they come out. Leave a comment, share it across social media, and if you can, support the page. How do you do that? You hit that super thanks button down below, or head on over to Patreon and become a monthly or yearly subscriber. Until our next video.
Work. You lock off your camera and you film an actor in one area of the shot, and then you film it again with that actor in a different area of the shot. And then later you lay one shot over the other and find a clever place to hide the scene.
Having fun these days?
Light gig? Wow! Wait, are you just twins? Are you just twins?
They're
Are you tricking us?
twins.
No, it's one actress.
One actress.
Okay, that makes me happy.
Much different. Why don't you go to hiatus?
Her hand on the chair. See, right below her fingertips there's a little line. So we're looking at like the chair from her take up there and the chair from the bottom her in a different take.
Your gang's all there. Not trying to get rid of me, are you?
Her hand on her hand. Wait.
Wow.
I think they have a stand-in actress. She puts her hand down, coordinated with a double.
And then they time the hand going back with the stand-in.
Isn't that great, though?
Who's what? Pat, you have a one-track mind. All right, don't tell me if you don't want to.
Wait, the cigarette smoke? The smoke that she's exhaling, it's rising past the outline of the chair, which shouldn't be possible because that's where we thought the matte line between the two shots was.
Oh my God, it does go above it. I don't have a solution. I was so shocked to see that one specific smoke tendril rise up.
No, this is entering the realm of impossibility with that cigarette smoke.
No, but you can see the matte line. I can see the matte line when she's walking.
But you still see her shadow moving in the background.
What if she's turning into a double? She turned. Did she just turn into a?
No, it's still her. It's still her.
No, but look, I saw a fade though.
I saw the fade. I saw the fade that you're talking about. She starts fading out right as she starts walking. For like maybe 2 frames, they're kind of transparent right before she goes behind the chair. The whole left 2/3 of the screen is from the chair thing, and it cross-faded to that when she walked away.
That's it.
Exactly.
So only the very right side of the frame is from another take. And that shadow in the background now is the double's shadow.
Oh my God! And they sit down. The shadow, her shadow,
They're out
and
of
she
sync.
sits down. They're actually slightly different.
Oh, did you see a ping pong? Go back, go back.
you're right.
They didn't have quite enough film, so it'll ping pong right there.
Oh, yeah.
That's it. We cracked it. But it's so well done. That's smoke. It's like such a good magician's trick. Like once again, it's the ring saying there's no wires, right? The smoke
Yeah.
going over the chair is like there's no splits, and it's just like, what?
Split a moment ago, she was behind the chair.
I know, and it's like she's handing her stuff. They're interacting.
This just requires amazing choreography and timing.
Clever stuff going on here. This was one of like the big shots that stumped lots of people. So this clip was from a comment on one of our previous videos. Thank you for recommending it because it is an absolute brain bender.
Hi, my name is Warren, and I am in danger. I need your help to free me from prison. Just send 10,000 US. Oh man, these spam bots are getting out of hand. But thanks to today's sponsor, Incogni, you can fight back against spam. Using Incogni is like having a guardian angel from the internet looking after you, making sure that they've got your back, to make sure that no data brokers can either unknowingly or even worse, knowingly sell your information to malicious parties that want to do bad stuff with it. Anytime you use the internet, you leave a digital footprint of all the websites you visited, the things you buy, the sort of stuff you do in your life. And that's getting sold to all these other companies that I now get tons of spam text messages and phone calls. On top of the whole risk factor of I could maybe lose my identity. Fortunately, that hasn't happened yet, but it could happen to any of you if you use the internet. And technically, you do have the right to your private information. You can actually request to these data brokers that they delete your information. But when we're talking about hundreds of different companies doing this, you have to do that one at a time for every single company, and some of them can even maybe fight back. But that's where Incogni comes in, because they are able to automate all of this. It starts with the first stage where they actually, on your behalf, request from all these different data brokers that your personal information gets removed from the internet. But if you continue to use the internet, you're going to continue to leave a digital footprint, and Incogni will continue to try to protect you, wipe off the trail behind you as you walk, and meaning you don't have to spend any time doing all of that work. As soon as they finish their initial scraping, you'll see an immediate reduction in spam. They do not have a right to your information. You can request to take it down, but that's a whole chore. Let Incogni do that for you. Use the code CORRIDOR at the link in the description, or just go to incogni.com/corridor, and you can actually get 60% off an annual subscription. That's a huge savings. But let's go ahead and get back to React, because we got, what's next?
Spiders.
No.
Yeah, a lot of them. Rand, I brought something for you.
Oh,
A toy?
No, a clip. We often judge visual effects on their realism. Does it look real? Does it not look real? But how often do we judge visual effects on how they make us feel? So, what I'm about to show you, a little bit of a trigger warning. There's no gore or anything like that.
Don't tell me it's a spider.
But they're fake. You don't have to watch this if you don't want to, Ren.
I know that. No, it is a spider! Oh no. They look like real spiders, dude.
Yeah.
They
move like real spiders.
Don't tell me they have to walk through there.
That's probably the plot, yeah. I don't think they do a shot like this, and then it just cuts to them going, nah, and then they close the door. I mean, they got hoodies. Just put your hood up, zip it shut, and then run through there. Oh yeah, they're doing what I was thinking. Yay! Not a stupid movie. Whoopsie doodle.
Why do they have to look so real?
They look really good, don't they?
What, are some of them real?
You know what? The fact that you're asking that question means the effects team did a fantastic job on this film.
Yeah.
Oh my god!
Little spider.
That just crawled out from under. I don't.
It called from in. It was in your shoe.
Look at this little guy just scurrying around. All right, this is the last roller coaster ride here, Ren.
No!
God, they move so good. They're animated so well. I did read an interview that the director was talking about with the spiders. They did a lot of spider studying. They actually had like 200 spiders on set. You know.
Wait, sorry. They had 200 spiders on set.
Yeah.
What, like just what? Like loose? Like how do they keep track of where they went?
At any given point, there's 200 spiders on set. We didn't bring them. It's like no, they're in the ground and in the roof.
There was up to at least 200 spiders somewhere.
But one of the things is because they spent a lot of time with the bugs, they did a lot of studying of how they move. And spiders move with very independent legs. As in, like, each leg can kind of be doing something separate from the other leg. And so that's the thing that they really tried to bring to life, the spider legs here. And you kind of see it, how, like, one leg will be doing something, another leg will be doing something. You know, it's not just like they're all part of the same program necessarily. Another thing they learned from studying the spider motion is that spiders, especially their legs, will move from a point to a point quickly. So it's not like I'm going to go over here. It's like I'm here, and I'm going to go, boop, my leg's right here, boop, this leg's right here. And so everything just kind of like snaps to new points very fast. And so they really got that motion down. They really got that animation down. And then things just feel like they're shot very intelligently and like mixed really intelligently. And you know, you have things on set that are real. You have real spiders being comped in. You have CGI spiders that are being animated by hand. All the different elements coming together at the same time to make it hard to tell what's going on. Another?
What the H? All right, let's just take a look, guys. Hold on. Did you?
Where are they? I did not do any sort of spider stuff here.
Did you just like come in with a bucket of spiders and like?
I did not. I did not hide spiders.
Are you like releasing them?
I do not feel well. I'm just gonna leave my feet elevated for the rest of the episode.
Just like this for the rest of the episode.
Oh, this is the J-Lo movie. This is Titanfall. This is the Titanfall movie, right?
movie.
The Titanfall movie.
Boom! Boom! Oh, damn, we got some squishies. Oh. Look, this is great.
This stuff's cool. This stuff's super cool.
This is what I'm saying. Like, you watch it and remember, this is cool. Just remind yourself, I'm watching something really cool right now. Like, imagine you're on YouTube and some guy's like, Titanfall short film. And you watch it and you're like, holy shit.
Yeah, I know.
Holy god damn.
Seriously, if I was like Titanfall short film that's popped up on YouTube, my mind would be blown.
I'd be like, everyone, stop everything you're doing. Did you see this Titanfall short film? Hey, whoa, weird. Oh, that's a cool sim.
That was real cool.
See, I can get behind CGI explosions when they do stuff like this, where it's like, it's not intended to just be a real fireball. It's like something that actually can only exist because you're using CGI to make it.
All of these shots, they're using like
filmed plates of J-Lo inside of the cockpit.
Yeah.
Because what they're doing, they actually built out part of the robot, at least the internal cockpit of the robot. They actually made a real practical set for her to interact with, which is a pretty smart move. And everything outside of the window, essentially, is just going to be completely replaced, from the background to the robot itself.
To really do this effectively, you have to have your whole movie planned out. You have to have each shot effectively pre-animated in a previs so that you know when the explosion should be going off and from what angle and all those super important things, which right now you just kind of see it and you're like, oh, they're just flashing lights for explosions, but those are probably timed up with very specific actions on screen, with where the character's looking, where they should be positioned, not to mention having to light everything to be accurate as well. So there's a lot of planning and like scripting and I guess pre-making of the movie that has to happen for any of this stuff to even be worthwhile.
When you're doing something repetitive on set, such as filming on a green screen, it can really wear you down creatively. From a directing, from an acting, from a performance standpoint, how do you bring that creativity to each moment? Judging by the reviews of this movie, I don't think if they were able to solve that puzzle. I have to admit one thing, guys. I haven't actually listened to any of the words or audio of this movie. I've seen a lot of it, and I've been happy, and I'm afraid to turn up the volume and hear what they're saying, because I feel like it might ruin it for me. Or maybe we should watch it with like Japanese dialogue.
You're
like,
right.
If you switch the language of this movie to another language, I'm sure it's way better.
That's the move.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is way better.
I think this is the superior viewing experience.
I really like this movie now.
アトラス、逃走経路はありません。
AI 兵士6体と戦えるわけない。
God, you just like made the you literally like added another star to the movie.
Yeah, like literally, yeah. We literally just made one of 2024's best films. Just
You're
here.
right. You're
just
right.
with a little click, boom, top 10 list.
There's this epic scene from the movie John Wick 4 that takes place around the Arc de Triomphe.
This is sick. It is harder to keep a car in a tight circle like that when you're drifting than you think.
And while like acting and shooting a gun at the same time. I think the only unrealistic thing about this scene is that like none of the other drivers are acknowledging that the fact that the whole place hasn't like shut down.
Well, isn't that like that's kind of the motif of John Wick? Is that ever since they established you could have a silencer fight in the subway,
That's
and
true.
no one notices. Like
That
they're
is
like,
true.
we can have gunfights anywhere now. This is what I'm talking about. This kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. To everybody who's normal, they don't see these people. They're invisible.
Yeah.
Go.
Wow.
Go.
Yeah. Oh my God.
I think those guys are on wires.
They were. Real hits, but they were on wires. Most, if not all of the stunts are real. They're not digi-doubles. What is digital in this scene is the entire environment they're fighting in. They actually shot at an abandoned airport in Berlin.
Really?
None of Paris is real here.
What about the cobblestone street? Is the street all replaced?
The street is all replaced. The cars are all added. The trees, the buildings, the arc itself. They basically mapped out the entire street. And so they're able to choreograph everything very specifically. And so what we're seeing are all the stunts captured on camera for real. Most of the cars are CG. All the background cars at least are CG, but some of the hero cars are real. And what's really interesting is that they actually developed this special padded car for all of the stunt hits that they're taking.
Sweet! Oh my God!
I love it.
Wait, so it's a soft car designed for hitting people.
That's so cool.
This is a tremendous amount of rotoscoping as well. Look at the actual stunt guys. They're identical between the plate and the final shot.
Actually, if you go back real quick, not the two guys in the front, but the one guy in the back, if you watch the untouched plate, he accidentally lands on his feet, and then he falls down. And then the final version, they snip out a little bit of him landing on his feet so he goes down a little
you're
bit
right,
faster.
yeah. They were saying they had to do some like retiming effects to kind of like make sure some of the stunts worked better. And I think that might be an example of what they were talking about.
Yeah,
I
just
wasn't really sure.
so he doesn't like stumble, he just goes straight down.
Yeah.
Totally cool. Like that's what you do. Yeah.
This is like the exact opposite of what you'd normally see in a movie, where they use a real background but do CG stunts and digi-doubles and whatnot. This is an example of they wanted to make sure all of the choreography felt real. They wanted to make sure all the hits felt real by actually being real. They didn't want to replace any of these sort of actions here. It's a very interesting direction because it makes the sequence very visceral by maintaining realism in the certain areas where it matters. Also, shout out to Rodeo for making a pretty sick breakdown video. Good breakdown videos are always awesome.
Well, thanks for watching, everybody. Consider subscribing. See you in the next one.
Legitimate, but are designed to steal all of your information. My team and I made a fake Bitcoin exchange that looks legitimate, but is full of challenges and I call a lot of scammers, but I don't really like using my phone. And that's normal, right? I don't think anyone under the age of 40 actually likes making a phone call, especially for customer support. We'd rather just text or email or chat. And scammers are starting to take advantage of that. I got a tip a while ago from a subscriber about how scammers use fake Reddit accounts to pose as legitimate customer support agents. This person had a problem with their crypto account and went to Reddit to ask for help. Posted a message on a subreddit and almost immediately received responses from a bunch of scammers. I put this to the test, wrote a simple post saying my account was locked on a popular cryptocurrency exchange subreddit, and within seconds, I was getting flooded with message requests from users like Help Team 100, Customer Support Rep 15, or even Coinbase Support 365. You might be thinking these are bots, but they are scammers. These people are lurking all day long, waiting to give you support in the form of stealing your account. This sucks because it can feel like you're talking to a real customer support agent, but it's just someone trying to steal your identity and steal your crypto account. If I want to distract these scammers from talking to potential victims and I want to get information, I need to trick them. And maybe I could use their own tactics against them. These scammers make websites that look legitimate, but are designed to steal all of your information. My team and I made a fake Bitcoin exchange that looks legitimate, but is full of challenges and a bunch of things to make their life miserable. We put him through all kinds of challenges, like making him solve impossible captchas and mazes, as well as waiting on hold for hours. Or actually days. This guy spent like 4 or 5 days of his life waiting on hold, having to say ridiculous things like,
"Please let me know you're still there," by saying,
"Somebody once told me the world is gonna ruin me." I ain't the sharpest tool in the shop. She was looking kind of dumb with her finger in her tongue.
"Sumptuous sandwich."
Sumptuous sandwich.
That will never not be funny. And after 40 days of waiting, I finally answered him.
Hi, how can I help you today?
You're hosting me. You're hosting me. I don't understand. I'm trying to send trust to my wife. I couldn't send it for the past few months. But on my dashboard, I'm being told my transaction has been approved. Yes, you just send it to my wallet. My transaction has been approved. You're not sending it to my wallet. What's the problem?
This is the story of a scammer wasting literal days of his life thinking that he's going to get Bitcoin. And it all started with a simple chat message on Reddit. This guy was expecting to steal my account or my identity. So when I told him that I recently got into crypto and I bought some Bitcoin at an ATM, he took the bait. I sent him an image of the receipt that I had purchased. This is fake. I made it in Photoshop, but it looks pretty legitimate. He ended up going to the website on the receipt and typing the code. And from the moment that he enters the website, we start tracking everything that he does. Every image he sees, every email he enters, every wallet address he enters. And we can use all this information to report it to fraud professionals and even get some of these wallet accounts blacklisted on major exchanges. While I collect all this information about the scammer, it's important to note that a lot of your information is very likely exposed due to data breaches. You've heard me talk about this before, but it is all too common. One of my family members had their identity stolen, and they didn't find out until they started getting letters in the mail about the bank accounts that someone was trying to open in their name. I partnered with a company called Aura to protect my identity and my family's identity from scammers and other bad actors out there who are trying to take freely available data and use it against you. One of the first things Aura does is opt you out of all these garbage websites that collect all of your information and help to clean up your identity on the internet. They'll then help you keep track of your credit score, your financial records, monitors your identity, and alerts you right away if something suspicious is going on. You can try Aura free for 21 days at aura.com/Kiboga, and I promise it will not take as long or be as complicated as what this scammer is experiencing. I have designed it to be painful for the scammers. In this case, the scammer enters his wallet and he's expecting to steal all of my Bitcoin. He's hoping that all of the Bitcoin I bought at the ATM will just go right to his account. But I tell him there's a problem, and he has to call customer service to get his Bitcoin. At this point, he waits on hold for hours. He doesn't even get to talk to an actual person for weeks.
Your current pending balance is 0.1999138 BTC. Please say the first word of your passphrase.
Anxiety.
Please say the 21st word of your passphrase.
Where?
Please say the 24th word of your passphrase.
Erosion.
Sorry, some of your responses were incorrect, so we will not be able to speak to you regarding withdrawals or account changes on this call. You can ask a representative to reset your password.
You got no ear.
Your current wait time is between 11 and past. There are 2 callers ahead of you.
Shut the fuck up!
As the days turn into weeks, we start getting emails from this guy saying that we're scammers, saying that no one will take his call and that he deserves this money, which is ironic because this is exactly what he would get from his victims. He steals money and then never talks to them again, right? Like, he probably has emails very similar to this from his victims saying, why won't you return my emails? Why won't you return my calls? Give me my money. We're like 21 days in. Eventually, he finally gets to talk to a customer support representative, and it's me, the world's worst customer support.
Hi, how can I help you today?
I'm trying to transfer my money and my funds to my Kraken wallet, and I've been told to confirm from the number.
And how long ago did you purchase these funds?
Yeah, I've been having the funds on my dashboard for the past 3 months now. So I've passed through security reasons.
Okay, 3 days. You said 3 days?
Verification codes.
I see that you make quite a few calls. You've tried to call us quite a few times.
Like, I've passed through many security codes, like verification codes.
A lot of times.
So anytime I'm trying to call you guys, you people don't put a call.
Okay, so you definitely have called. I thought you said 3 days. It looks like maybe you've been calling for 3 months. I mean, it is functioning really well. It's an award-winning system. We have thousands of customers use it every day. So, well, I mean, it could be a skill issue, honestly, so
Is that what?
I'm just saying it could be a skill issue, so I'm trying to diagnose that.
Yeah, if you want to know my problem, you can check your system for my problem. I can call you my password, then you confirm my withdrawal. I've been into this for the past 3 months. So why are you asking on my phone? Come on. I told you my phone is
He's been on the phone for 3 months. Normally they take 5 minutes.
Why you doing like this? Come on.
He's come back here 40 days in a row. 40 days and 40 nights. That's like biblical proportions or whatever. This guy doing?
Yeah. Like, it's been really hard.
Sorry, what was that?
I've been here to this easy for the past 3 months. And you call me, you're hacking on my phone. I don't understand. Can you just please confirm my transaction? Or will you tell me you can't see it on your system?
Well, I'm trying
me?
I'm trying my best. Like I said, the system is working as intended. We have hundreds of callers who've gone through this system and it's worked flawlessly. This is the first time
I'm calling on behalf of my account. At least I gave you my PIN. I can give you my passphrase. I did verification code. I can call you the verification code. Check your system. You're going to find it there. Come on.
I'm so sorry. You seem a little bit upset, and I do apologize if it's anything that I said. I definitely don't want to make you upset.
Do you know what I passed through because of this case?
Take it easy,
every
okay?
time, every single day, I call you guys. You guys don't pick my call. You picking my call now. You're telling me, like, I don't understand. Come on.
I actually see in the system that you've only called for the past 2 days. Which I do apologize. It looks like your highest daily streak is...
But I don't know why you apologize the way you don't give me my money.
Looks like you did call 40 days in a row at one point, though.
On my dashboard, I'm being told my transaction has been approved. Yes, you just send it to my wallet. My transaction has been approved. You're not sending it to my wallet. What's the problem? What else do you want me to do?
Listen, I am trying to be nice. I am trying to help you, okay? Alright, it doesn't help to have a temper tantrum, okay? I understand you're upset. I understand that you've been calling for the past 2 days, and I'm gonna do my best to try to help you. So, let's go back. I'm looking through the system here. But it sounds like on your dashboard it says that you successfully withdrew the funds. So that sounds perfect. I'm gonna get on to the next caller then, because I do have about 150 callers in the queue right now.
Hello.
Would you mind rating our service on a scale of 1 to 10? How likely are you to recommend our service to other people?
Hello. Wait, are you trying to scam me or what?
Excuse me?
Are you trying to scam me? I don't understand. I'm trying to call you my code. You're telling me you don't hear me.
I'm sorry. How dare you?
Why are you doing like this? You don't listen to me. Come on.
Don't cry. Don't cry. You said that...
I shouldn't cry.
You said that this transaction was successful. And now you're calling me... Excuse me? Like, I have never had a customer say anything like this before.
You're hosting me. I don't understand. I'm trying to send trust to my wife. I couldn't send it for the past few months. Now I'm calling you people. You're telling me things. I try to call you my code. You're saying another thing. I don't understand. I passed through every security reason.
We are accredited by the BBB. Excuse me. We are accredited by the BBB.
I've not been credited. Okay?
Sir, I have been on hold with... I've been on the phone with you for, much longer than I'm supposed to be. We're only supposed to be on the phone with 5 minutes for 5 minutes. Do you want to do this right, or do you want to go back to the gauntlet? It's up to you.
Oh, okay, I want to do this right. So how are we going to do this right? How are we doing it right?
Let me talk to my manager.
Wait, hello. But I've passed through every security reasons, and I've been told the transaction has been approved.
Yeah, unfortunately, when I was in 5th grade, I tried to say the same thing to my teacher when I failed a test, and she didn't buy it. So you're gonna have to come up with a little bit better excuse than that.
I can't override this and just push the funds through because of a security feature, right? Because you haven't answered your security questions. And since you haven't set up your security questions, you can't answer them, right? It's a circular problem. A lot of people don't realize they're caught up in circular logic. Yeah, let's do that now. What's your favorite color shirt?
Yeah, I like sky blue.
Sky blue, okay.
Sky blue, yes.
Sky blue. What's your favorite dinosaur?
Yeah. I'm not an animation type, man. I don't really like
You don't like animation?
Animals.
You don't like animals in general?
I don't like animals, yes.
I swear to God, I read something about people who don't like animals, but that's not... You don't like any animals, man? Okay,
I don't like animals.
You hate animals. You're an animal hater. What's your average yearly earnings? Like, how much do you make a year?
I make thousands of dollars. I make thousands of dollars.
Thousands?
Thousands of dollars. Yeah, I make thousands of dollars, at least, yeah.
Man, that's... Can you adopt me, man? All right. I kid. So I'm just going to say, yeah, for average earnings, I'm going to put thousands of dollars. All right. So those of you, write those down somewhere where you can store them. Thank you for calling in. I hope you have a good rest of your day. Thank you. All right.
I was going to get to my wife.
Okay, take care now.
Can you hear me?
Have a good rest of your day. Take care.
It looks like there's 14 callers ahead of you. Again, it takes about 15 minutes, so I would say looks like you'd be on hold for about 3.5 hours. Is that okay?
3.5 hours. Hello? Are you saying I'll be on call
Yes, hello?
like, for 3 hours? I don't understand.
It looks like your longest hold time was 1 hour and 10 minutes. Are you willing to beat that record today?
Yeah, that would be better. But can I get your personal number so I can reach you out for a proper guide? Should I call you my passphrase?
After I hung up, I let him waste more of his own time. Every day, like clockwork, this scammer would come back to the website and check to see if he had gotten his money. He was starting to get desperate, and one day when he was on hold, I connected him to an AI support representative just to make him angry.
Hello, Mr. Anthony. I hope you're excited to withdraw your bitcoins today. Tell me, have you successfully logged into your MyCoin account?
Yes, definitely. I've done that.
Oh, absolutely. You're on the right track, Mr. Anthony. On your dashboard, look for a big shiny button labeled Withdraw. It's like finding a treasure chest in a mysterious cave. Have you found it yet? Try squinting your eyes slightly. It enhances...
Yeah, I've seen that. Did I put my wallet address in there?
Perfect, Mr. Anthony. Now that you've spotted the Withdraw button, you need to click on it. Go ahead and give it a loud and confident click, like calling all the dolphins under the sea.
Hello, can you hear me? Like, I've been having issues for the past few months, making my withdrawal possible. I've done all security steps to get my withdrawal out of my account, but I haven't done that yet. Like, it's been unfortunate for me.
I understand how frustrating it can be when withdrawals are not working properly. Let's go step by step to make sure we're doing everything right. Have you...
Welcome, friend. Come again.
Where you headed? Let's go.
You tried turning your device on and off and logging into your account again?
Yeah, I've done that like many times. Like I've been having this issue for the past 6 months. My withdrawal has not been possible to take off my dashboard.
I'm terribly sorry to hear that, Mr. Anthony. Let's try a different approach. Have you considered spinning around in circles 3 times while chanting, "Bitcoin, Bitcoin, take flight"? Sometimes it helps with the withdrawal process. Give it a try and let me know if anything changes.
Like you guys are not completing my withdrawal.
Oh dear, I'm
Very
sorry to hear that. Sometimes the website likes to challenge its users with a brief pop quiz before allowing withdrawal. Start with your
I
dog's
told it
first
to get his
hit
name
on
wrong
their
every
furry
time now.
nose width in rondo tune motion.
So what do you say? Hello, are you there?
I apologize if I wasn't clear, Ms. Andrea. In order to assist you with the withdrawal, we need to go through some important security measures. Now, can you please confirm how many rubber ducks you have in your bathtub at home? It's necessary for the completion of the process.
How many what? Did I get? I can't hear you clearly. You said how many what did I get?
Oh, I do apologize for any confusion, Mr. Aaron. What I meant to ask is if you have successfully counted all the sheep in your imaginary flock, or if there are any papier-mâché pigs mixed in there causing some numerical trouble.
I told it to be funny. This is too funny.
I don't have pigs in my home.
I don't have pigs.
Can you just please confirm my withdrawal? What issue are you guys having completing my
I understand, Mr. Adams. My mistake. I must have misheard you. We'll skip the sheep count. Let's move on to the next step. Could you please question the arrangement of the planetary constellations visible through your teapot collection?
Hello, all those things you asking me, I don't even understand. Because all the security measures, I've gone through everything. Now you're asking me different thing again. What else do I need to do to get my withdrawal possible from you guys? It's been really horrible. All this month, been 5 months now, I've been having this issue.
In order to proceed with your Bitcoin withdrawal, please check if your phone is using incognito mode and performing a harmonious duet with a pine cone.
Oh, I don't even understand you. I don't what those everything is not even in my custody right now.
The AI was supposed to be silly, but honestly, it was too silly. So I connected to him as me, again, the world's worst support rep.
Hello, welcome to My Coin. This is Cully. How can I help you today?
Yeah, I want to speak with Tom, my account manager.
Okay, hold on 1 second. It looks like Tom is on a call. He has a queue. There's 16 callers in his queue. It looks like it's an estimate of 1 hour hold time. Is that okay?
That's too much for me. I don't think I can stay up to that 1 hour. Can you go through my issues like?
Welcome to My Coin. This is Thomas.
Hello?
How can I help you today?
Like for the past 6 months, I've been trying to call you whenever I use this automated phone system. Nobody picks my call. Like I just want you people to confirm my withdrawal, but you've not been doing that for me. I'm very sure you can see my wallet address on the system right now, but you're not confirming my withdrawal.
I think what would be best to do is to sign you up for our Easy Send seminar. It's a 1 hour lecture series where we help folks who don't really know how to use the system, and we walk them through step by step. Like we have a PowerPoint presentation, and we kind of tell you how to use the computer, teach you how to click the mouse, things like that. Is that something that you'd be interested in?
Yeah, I don't know. I can't even hear you clearly.
Nobody, we've had thousands of customers over the years. No person in the history of our company has ever used our system more than you. You actually are the record holder. You've been here. You've been on hold more than anyone else. You've been to the website more than anyone else. You've visited the website 160 days. Would you actually want to be?
Because you're not completing my withdrawal.
Do you want a job?
You've not been calling. You didn't complete my withdrawal. That's why I've been calling and calling.
Could we actually book you to be maybe like a guest speaker or something? Like, can we just hire you maybe to be a brand ambassador for our company?
Can you hire me? Like I don't get it. What are you saying?
Why do you keep coming back? What's the reason?
You people don't complete my withdrawal. I'm still having my money in your company. How you still not gonna give me my money? I bought this money myself. I bought it from the ATM machine. You gave me a receipt. I claimed my phone to get it to my account. I've been having issues with it. I called you different kinds of numbers.
I'm sorry, are you crying?
To go through security measures.
Are you
and I'm
crying
not getting my
right now?
money. What's the meaning of all this thing? Is that what?
Are you crying right now, sir?
Like you treated me. You treated me bad. I don't know what I've done to you.
I'm sorry.
Why are you completing my phone?
I guess, what does it feel like to have spent 6 months of your life trying to take money that isn't yours?
That isn't my house. This is my money.
Where did you get it from?
I bought it from the ATM machine.
There is no ATM machine though, right?
Is that what? I don't even understand you. Are you trying to tell me you won't give me my money?
No, of course I'll give you all of your money. I'm telling you, I will give you all of it. You can have your money. Do you understand?
So why can't you not confirm my withdrawal? I've been told to call this automated number several times to complete my withdrawal. Whenever I do that, nobody will pick my call. That's why I've been coming back and coming back.
Yeah.
A few months ago, I wanted to send the money to my wife.
Did you go through the KYC process? Did you go through the KYC process?
I've done every security measures. I've done everything.
Okay. Because again, like I said, according to our system, these funds were purchased by an unsuspecting victim. They believed that they were purchasing some funds themselves. They spoke to a Reddit user claiming to be Coinbase support. That user, using your email address, stole their money and is trying to claim those funds. But apparently you're not sure. That doesn't make any sense to you. Have you ever stolen money before?
No, that's not possible. This is my personal money. So why would I steal money?
Okay. Have you ever pretended to be support before?
No. I've never done that before.
Okay. Well, as long as you're being honest, that's fine. I trust you. So I'm going to go ahead and delete all of the notes on the account here. I do have to reset the account though, unfortunately. So I have to clear out your passphrase. I have to reset a lot of stuff, my guy. Unfortunately. But then you should be able to go through, kind of start from zero, and let's see.
Okay, I'll do that. You can just help me do that.
Yeah, I apologize for the mix-up. It's just the system had a note here that you are a criminal and you stole these funds, but I guess maybe that's not true.
No, that's not possible.
Yeah, okay. Well, now that you're saying it's not possible, I believe you. So I'm sorry about that. Let's see. Yeah, we have to start over, it could take a couple weeks, maybe even a couple months to get everything straightened out, but it will pay off sometime this year. If you continue through the process, you continue with this system, you will continue to hold your spot at #1. And I'm sure a couple months from now, you might have those funds. Okay.
Please, I need my funds as soon as possible because this thing has been
I
taking
assure
too
you,
long.
you're gonna get your money. You're gonna get all that you deserve. Mark my words. You are gonna get exactly what you deserve this year. Okay, I promise. Let's go. This is your year, baby. You are gonna get exactly what you deserve. You're gonna get all the money that's owed to you. Every last. Oh shoot. Did I lay it on too thick? Because he just hung up. When I said you're gonna get exactly what you deserve.
After I called him out for being a fake support rep, he never called again. In hindsight, I kind of wish I didn't say anything. I just was wondering what kind of reaction I would get from him. But we learned a ton about this guy and how his scam works, and we got beautiful recordings of him singing All-Star by Smash Mouth.
Hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on, go play.
I hope you had a chance to laugh and learn a few things as you watched this video. It's an absolute joy to be able to build stuff like this and push the limits of what we can do to mess with scammers. I have a whole team that's working with me now doing this. It's honestly because of viewers like you and sponsors like Aura that I'm able to continue doing this. Thank you so much. And know that you're valuable. Know that you matter. I'll see you in the next video. Bye.
Here's an update on the NTSB report.
put it there. Awesome. That's a tough one.
I can get you anywhere. Hold tight. Ready to leave? Get on!
Have a look. Made a profit?
Where you headed? Here! Looking for safe passage? Up on! Welcome, traveler. I can get you anywhere. See you on the road. Ready to leave? Let's go. Looking for safe passage? Hold tight. Where you headed? Get on!
Honest prices. Got everything? Don't be shy. Stay honest.
I can get you anywhere. Up on! Welcome, traveler. Let's go. Looking for safe passage? Here!
Yeah? That's it?
Get on.